you guys can have some cat feeding ASMR in the background. Water. Oh, mine. That is for you. Moving sucks. Ow. Ugh. Okay, hello. It's me. How we doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I'm awake. That's about all I have to say about today. Let's do some Iron Bear stuff. Did a lot of practice yesterday, and I think we're in a position where, I can put up some decent runs. There's a bunch of sections I have to improve movement-wise. And I think I have to really thirst a good, room 1. How we doing? Pup Teeth, best person, Jester, Pris, Rune. Anyone else who might be about? I still find it funny that I have to use a Ruby's Wrath and not a Plumage so that I don't die. Because the Plumage does too much damage. I'm also thinking, running on fumes is good. How much value do I really get in this run? I guess it helps in crystals, but like, I really don't think I need it. It's just the thing is, it's not... It's worth more than 1 point in really big guns. That's the thing. And because Explosive Fury doesn't work, Nitro Engines is still the play. Now, Smug did actually put out a mod that fixes this, which is cool, but obviously that's not gonna be Time Trials thing. But I would totally max out this and only have 1 here. Let me out. I couldn't find the spot. I swear this doesn't happen every time. need to practice stuff later in the run, so I'm not going to reset that. Just know that that was trash. Oh, well, I guess I didn't hit the slide boost. That's fine. So in terms of some time benchmarks, I'd like to hit, I'd like to get out of room 1 before the 115 mark. Then I'd like to hit the button before the 210 mark. That would put me in good shape for the next couple rooms. Getting out of Anathema before like the 830 mark would be a good benchmark, although that's a tall order. Anathema's a little more scary in this build than it is on Flak or Amara. Because I don't have any real sustain. Like, my survivability is, if I ignite something, I get biofuel, which is not that much on its own anyway. Biofuel combined with other skills is great, but biofuel by itself is like, ugh. So I'm crutching on this Guardian Angel shield quite often, actually. Here, we'll give it a Moxie skin because it's my healing weapon. Not really at all, but it's still fun to label it like that. I haven't put skins on any of my guns. Just run in circles and hope the world burns for survival, pretty much. $120, I'll take it. It's a start. Don't apply any fire dots? No? Okay. I didn't handle those enemies well. Urban Mech. I just realized I triggered flame on myself with that rocket jump. Huh, that's useful. I didn't think about that as a possibility. I suppose it makes sense. Decent pace in this room. Why did my shield break? That's annoying. I guess I somehow missed myself with one of the projectiles. Hey kitty, how you doing? We'll go with a level 49. Also, am I not using my movement speed one? Nah, I'm not. Well, that should solve the problem either way. Quag game. Yeah, misses myself with a rocket launcher. Strategic old god levels. Yeah, the idea, Rune, is that, well, one, with this anoint, old gods can only be up to level 60 ASC move speed. But two, I'm Moe's with Skagden and Big Surplus. So if I rocket jump, I'm very likely to die. Like, I had to switch from a Plumage to a Ruby's Wrath, because even at level 13, the Plumage was still just one-shotting me. Ruby's Wrath having less damage makes that better. You can probably get a Ruby's below level 13. I just don't know the exact level there. I'd have to, like, do some research. I'd have to, like, win a couple with Echo Cast and redeem them at level 1 and see what level they pop out at. Bad movement. minimum from launchers? Cool. So I can go to level 10. That's helpful, thank you. I don't know if I will, but it's good info to have. Ooh, that's the 115. Shame about my bad movement. Yeah, I'm occasionally missing myself with one of these rockets. Love the sound of red explosions in the morning. It's fantastic. Overkill? Ooh, good shout, Chris. Good shout. Also, sometimes it's a cloud of lead shot. That's another thing that I wasn't accounting for. If I rocket jump out a cloud of lead shot, that's doing more damage to me as well. Hey Denalia, how you doing? Boop, hey, alltså. Alright, just go through portal, get nuked, literally. Forgot to aim the MP5 there. Or, not the MP5, the Guardian Angel there. We're okay. Fish still blow up Iron Bear? No. Which is part of why the combo is good. Also, you get static charge chaining from Iron Bear the same way Cap Arms do. Or, you know, Dominance with Reflux. Which is a nice, extra bonus. Lands for 3? Yes. Development in progress. Yeah, I saw Smug's Anima and Explosive Fury fixes. Definitely good to see those exist. Hey Swin, how you doing? That was dirty, but I had to make that run for grenades. Fine. Acceptable. Hey, move face. You're just Iron Bear so fast. Flame. The flame fish slap build. Oh, this is a flame build where I just happen to equip a GA and a fish slap for bossing. Because the fish slap boss is better than nukes too. Surprising no one, but. For an Iron Bear build to boss efficiently, you'd have to switch to either Vanquisher pods or Sabos. I don't have Sabos in my skill tree. And Vanq pods would not only be menuing time, but it would also be very fiddly, the actual execution. I wish I'd hit that one. Played that way safer than I needed to, but I'd like to get a completed run at least. This is the practice run, you know? Nukes do fire damage? No, they're rad damage. Now, on a Cloud of Lead shot, they'll do fire damage, and because their splash, Skagden is applying, so they're getting bonus fire damage that way. But they're rad. Thanks, fish. Sure, Skagden through splash. Of course they do. Skagden does not get scaling twice, though, so it's just 15% on Iron Bear, because Iron Bear already gets times 31. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Hello. I agree. Very aggro on this crystal today. I could position a little better. Dot ticks after he leaves. Sure, I guess. Doesn't change anything though. Like, Skagden's a bonus element. So it already did the damage by the time you get out. Evan, what are you doing? Straggler? How did I manage that? Oh man, I thought my lineups were pretty good that time. Sag. If you can force exit on any of those corners in the crystals, probably worth testing. Oh, the dot tick thing was about flame. Yeah, yeah, happens outside of Iron Bear. And I have lots of ways to apply fire dots. The reason why I have a no PPU in my inventory is because, no PPU gives you a much higher ignite chance for holding it. So when I really want a flame trigger, I hold that. Almost got gearboxed. The item spawn there is not ideal. That miss. Thank you, Fish Slap. Oof. Never mind. Unthank you, Fish Slap. It hurt me. It was like, yo, I got you, fam. I don't even know why that triggered. I didn't have bear active. I guess auto bear was active over on Scourge side. I gotta make sure I don't let that happen. So I guess that means being in bear when the phase change happens? I can just let it get destroyed like that. Yeah, I'll just let it get destroyed as the last set of items each time. That seems like a good way. My static charges hitting items has been surprisingly consistent, though. That's kind of weird. Okay, not a fantastic time. It's a sub 19, though. It's a good benchmark. I can play better. I went up top for Scourge. I think that works out nicely. So 1842 is only 7 seconds behind my PB with O-Nova. Which is a build that spams Novas the size of rooms. So that is a PB for Iron Bear. Not bad for the first full run today. Sparkplug auto idle with AoE. Wait, it's even got grenade and shield recharge. That's crazy good. If anyone remembers the gunless flak playthrough I did before Wonderlands, I spent 5 hours stuck on a farm for this. Literally 5 hours. I just wanted these two together with AoE if possible. Kevin, look at the roll. Kevin. You're a cat. Do you know you're a cat? He's a cat. Alright, let's see. I want to practice some movement. So we'll fast travel back to the old start. I like to point this out occasionally, but after you complete the Guardian takedown, it's daytime. Just a cool little tidbit. So I guess the implication is you were fighting all night, or that Scourge was supernaturally making it nighttime, but, you know, one of the two. I like the idea that you were fighting all night. It's cool. Oh yeah, I don't have rocket jumping right now. What happened to the Pokemon Sire spam? I'll put in a couple. Oh yeah, I can't get through this door because I don't have rocket jumping right now. Will this open again if I kill all the enemies? Probably not. Yeah, no. Okay. Just one wave comes back. It's right here. Boxes moment. We can use this one to our advantage because it's a much faster exit. The refund's cooldown. So the idea is just finding other terrain that does that. That could be useful. I'm gonna just be in bear brushing up against all these pillars. Throwing it back against this big ol' protrusion, if you will. Apparently Iron Bear has sounds for when it's stuck. I didn't know that. It appears to be just that one for this room. I don't know if I checked this one. Oh, no, that's the spot. That's the one that works. Yeah, it's just that spot in this room at least. Okay. We run it again. If I play better in Crystals too, and if I have more refined movement in general, we can PB. We can take second place. Because I only have to PB by 2 seconds to move up to second place. I should also just be risky with that jump after Necrobugs too. Because I did lose like 10 seconds to being safe. So I just gotta full send it there. Getting a better Scourge teleport would also help. And getting good Diadem RNG on Scourge Teleport 1 would be good. Definitely going up top on the bridge and staying there is the play, regardless of what configuration I get, because either way, like, letting the Diadems come to me makes the most sense, but it also lets me hit that spawn up top without having to wait for them to come down or go around and go up to them. So it's fine. I just gotta hit a long-range fish throw and then place my nukes well. So, aiming issue. I didn't manage my shots very well there. This fucking pillar, man. Witness to Ascend would make for a great name for a metal album. The area names in this entire takedown are really cool. Like, they put a lot of thought to that. Same with the Malawan takedown. So poetic, you're so poetic. Extra mug, why are you here? My mouse kept getting caught on that. Reset. Other thing I was thinking about is maybe instead of the no pew, I could have a Dark Army here, because then I could switch to and away from the Dark Army to try to trigger Flame on myself. Show you what I mean. Just arbitrarily. We'll just spend some fuel there. Every time this explosion happens, it is doing damage to me, and that does get Skagged in big surplus. But maybe that's not consistent enough without an ASC 50. Movement. Imagine having good movement. Oh, that works up there, too. Okay. probably jump sooner. Oh, come on, not again. Cool. That was a good pace, too. Rock could be just like a little bit lower. You wouldn't hit it if it was just like a little bit lower. They want you to hit it for some reason. I don't know, one of the very few areas of takedowns that I would say is not exceptional level design. Because there's a bunch of angles where it just launches you out of bounds. Or through terrain. Like, I could jump even sooner. No. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess that slid too soon. It was a learning experience. Something I was wondering about is, I might not need triple fleet here. I might actually benefit from going single fleet, double vagabond. You know, I'm willing to try that out. Because then I don't need to rocket jump there. If I have vagabond parts. And one fleet part might still be enough to do the rocket jump to Anathema. We'll find out. Yeah, with those vagabond parts, I don't need to rocket jump there. And I might be able to hit this slide boost a little more consistently. Oh yeah, definitely. Nepsy, thank you so much for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Always good to see you. Hope things are going well. If not, I'll punch him in the butt. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. It really does help me out. If you got gifted a sub by Nepsy and you're around and don't mind breaking your lurk, I'd appreciate you sending some good vibes. Actually, very good pace. I'm laser focused right now. You punching butt anyway? Okay. We'll do. I thought I mishandled the spawns before the button, but turns out that actually went pretty okay. Based on this pace. Nice. Just enough. Not for those vagabond parts to make the entire run faster since you moved from encounter to encounter faster too. Yeah, like I have the vagabond parts right now. And that does help. Whereas the fleet part is only useful for like one bit. Scared the shit out of me. You've been waiting for that one for a while, huh, Pupty? Maybe. Never change. see, but technically lived. Oh, thanks, fish. Need to make sure I don't look down. No! Aww. I ran out of grenades. Ah. Down myself too many times. Damn, that was a good pace. Oh well. How can I better place Iron Bear in that fight? Excuse me. Do I just not use it at all? It's too good for survivability. My issue is with a level 49 shield and no real health sustain, I need to be ADSing that Guardian Angel like often to not die. As much as I like the idea of this no pew pew, there's been too many times where it hasn't filled the role I have it here for. Maybe I could justify swapping that out. But the question from there is, what do I swap that out with? Shock Kick Charger? It would let me shoot Sarah's and items. A shock cryo beacon would also not be bad at all. At that point, I could pull 2 biofuel to get a little bit of gun damage for it. I don't know. Also thought about running an execute in that slot. Make my fish more consistent on the start of Scourge, but that kind of feels fine since I grabbed the melee passive. That back burner throwaway still here. Maybe this. I can just shoot my feet when I'm down. Does create a lot of risk, though. I'll keep on going with the no PP until it causes me a real problem. This grenade capacity problem's annoying, though. No, I'm not gonna take Why Can't I Carry, Priz. It's okay. But I do wonder about a third MOD. I'm trying to think of weapons that iterate MOD well, that aren't COV, because COV weapons take forever to fucking switch to, like that. That rolls in shock and or cryo. Very specific set of parameters. You know, I guess fucking free radical. Fearmonger. Kaisen. Can't. I don't have gun damage to make Kaisen really worth there. The charge speed thing on Plasma Coil Free Radical would probably come into play from time to time. Boogeyman. Boogeyman. Then I run the risk of accidentally GA swapping a Boogeyman. Like, if I kill something with a Boogeyman in my hand, and then I just happen to be holding a GA later, and then that skull hits something and kills it, then I technically GA swapped weapons. And I don't want to even invite that dialogue. Just give it another try. Second. Yeah, alright, let's go for it. You don't want to steal the items from Wheelie if you haven't touched the mirror that form that they're from? No. No, you can't. Oh, come on, Pillar. Okay, wait. Hang on, you're going by? No, you're not. That's fine. Who's alive? Hello? Ugh. Straggler. I didn't handle the spawns particularly well, though, so that's on me. Also, I should check to see how long exactly the ASE move speed Annoyed is. Maybe I need to move a little bit more expeditiously while it's active. Cover more ground. Short time. 8 seconds then. Luckily, I don't need to count 8 seconds in my head. I can just look at my timer. That's one of the perks of having a live split open while you run. I turned on EchoCast, right? I did not. Oh, well, there you go. Sorry, everyone. I often forget. It's only been an hour. Take it. Yeah, I have the anoint for that jump, which is nice. Not terrible. I am wasting more fuel than I like, though. It's fine, I only need fuel for this first one. I can get out once I get to the second crystal. And I'll no PPU and refresh my cooldown while auto bear covers for me. Did lose about a second there, to those being a little more aggressive, but thanks, fish. Saves me some fuel. Yeah, I'm about 8 seconds behind where I'd prefer to be. Beggars can't be choosers. That's fast. I should maybe wait a half a second so that that first nuke hits both of those enemies. That'd be more fuel efficient. Rocket jump failed. Don't know why. I was just missing most of my distance there. Usually when that happens, it's best to save quit, because sometimes you get the, There's a couple ways the game stops you from getting momentum from rocket jumping. One of them is guaranteed after getting to Scourge, but the other way is it just sometimes happens randomly. Because my fleet triggered, and I had my Annoyed. So I had my full movement speed. Just didn't happen. Unfortunate. But I'm getting good practice in on the first leg of the run. My room 1s have improved drastically, and that feels great. Hit the spot a little bit early that time. Might work out though. Kind of slow. Somehow got a hair in my mouth. Ugh. Hey, Nunu. Hey, Gage. Thank you for the good luck. I've only choked like 3 runs so far, but we did actually, on the first full run of today, PB for the build, and we only need to save, 8 seconds on that to move up on the board. So that's nice. Incredibly awkward. Did lose a second on the first crystal. That's not ideal. That's gonna come back to bite me in the ass. But there's stuff in the second half that I need to practice, so gotta get there. It's gonna not kill those, but I guess I can still not kill those. I was a little worried for a moment. It's also worth noting I could just not kill anything during crystals on Iron Bear. If you position well, you could just body block and go completely pacifist. Closer to the door this time. I cleared the room slower, but yeah, waiting for that second enemy to spawn means I can shoot one fewer hammer down. Means I can respond to these spawns faster. Oh, I thought you were dead. Maybe I need one slide's worth of momentum to make that work. Scary. Okay, right here I can actually just keep deploying there. I'm out of grenades though. How did I manage that? Safety strats. Yeah, Guardian Angel being fantastic for MOD really saved my entire run right there. Oh, and then I got booped off the edge. Unfortunate. Too many little time losses earlier in the run that I wasn't hugely attached to them. Toxic? Yeah. That's the risk with standing that far back. I get to keep auto bear for the fight instead of it dying every cycle, but if I get booped into fight for your life, there's no counterplay. I suppose this means I just need to aim the GA more. I keep forgetting. Didn't mean to hit that. Maybe I'll still have enough fuel? Maybe. Ooh, that was fast. Cool. That's a diadem heavy set. Still making good time. Toxic. It's really toxic. Oh, they're so aggro this time. I lost so much time on that stun. Man, I was ahead. That's frustrating. That is vexing. That's your vocab word of the day. Could rocket jump to get through this door 1 second faster, but I'd rather keep my movement speed after the door. second one to spawn here. I need at least one slide's worth of momentum for that jump to happen. Should have thrown 5. One just spawned in the air in front of me. Really fucking did. Thank you, Auto Bear. Holy shit. The aim. A little slow, but run not dead. I'll accept run not dead. Yeah, 846. Still, sub 9. Sub 9. Gotta learn to take the smaller L's. Hey Pericles, how am I doing? How are the runs? I'm doing okay. Bit of a roller coaster, health-wise lately, but you know, it is what it is. Runs are good. Runs are good. We've had a couple solid attempts. One personal best for Iron Bear today. A slight improvement on that personal best would bump me up to second place on the Moe's board. So we're closing in. didn't just almost die to that. Promise. So I'm pretty significantly behind where I'd like to be. But I do feel as if I'm judging that benchmark versus flak runs, which is not fair. That fish almost ended my life. I could probably afford a third bunny hop there. A little more distance. Would have liked to have still had bear here, but I suppose I'll take 2 seconds of move speed annoyed for this area transition. Not awful. Not great. Not awful. Some new build, just Iron Bear shenanigans. Iron Bear tweaked for speedrunning more than I've personally done before. Is running nukes for the entirety of the Guardian takedown, which is not the traditional strat. Historically, more people have opted to switch weapons throughout the run. At Butter's suggestion, we've been doing GA Fish Slap, because we already have a pretty decent skill tree for supporting that. GA Fish Slap static charge, fill in the gap. Better there. That was a good throw. Good fish. That one teleporting up there was kind of problematic, but causing me lots of problems. Fish causing me lots of problems there. Give me a good teleport. It's not the worst one, I guess. Not far off, though. The only reason that isn't the worst one is because we have nukes. That guy lived too long, though. Oh, that did cost the run. Oh well, it can be improved. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I do want a weapon to deal with, items instead of this no PP. I don't know how much damage I'll have to really support it, but... yeah, this isn't gonna record, but this should be the second place run. Yeah, cool. So new leading Iron Bear run. $18.18. Ugh. Yeah, I think I want to swap out that no PPU. Max damage times 6 shock globe. Huh. Neat. Okay, so things I could have done better. I did lose time to sliding over there. I should just run with the EMP5 and jump. That was like 1 to 2 seconds. I didn't get the best Scourge teleport, and I also didn't handle it great, so that was like 10, maybe even 15 seconds. And I didn't handle either crystal set perfectly. Plus my movement transitioning from Necrobugs 2 was slow. So overall I could have saved like 30 seconds on that run. I think ultimately I still need to find more time save for Reki to be on the table. Let's look at the board. Yeah. Reki is 1738 with a lucky 7. So I would need to save 40 seconds off of that time. I can spot like 25 that I lost in that run due to my own errors. So 15 more seconds is kind of a lot to ask. I think it's doable, but it is a lot to ask. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I need to just practice movement throughout the run. I'm happy with that though. Maybe I put the heading so people know what I'm pushing. So without hitting the switch here, I'm just gonna I'll hit the switch without starting the takedown. Just gonna pop through and that's some movement stuff. So I need my shield to break for that jump to happen. I should have drowning in brass stacks there, so it should happen, right? That'll save me like 2 seconds. Actually, wait for my shield to come back. No, still not quite. Okay. Do I go up a level on Ruby's Wrath? I need to compare the damage of a level 13 Plumage and a level 14 Ruby's Wrath. Yeah, that's how precise we're getting. I could go without that body accessory. But no. Focus on this. 14. And Plumage. So both of these have the 10% damage body accessory. 201 times 7, 310 times 8. Yeah, his plumage just does so much more damage. Let's try with the 14 rubies. I don't want to increase the damage too much, because then with drowning in brass stacks, I will die. with a 14 rubies and a 49 old god, it might work out favorably for every scenario. Six shields. 6. Interesting. Drop the old god one more level? My survivability is already sometimes questionable. Thinking. No, it's non-LA, so I can't get the Havoc point. Let's try a 15 rubies without, no, 15 rubies without the damage accessories, less damage. Let's actually just confirm that. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, 199 times 7. Yeah, okay. What does a 16 one look like? This kind of fiddling is what I really enjoy. 217. That's a little bit more damage. Now, this might be enough damage to actually kill me, but I suppose we'll find out. It's a very fine line. Thank you. Okay, that's enough to trigger that. Oh, hey, I made that. Gotta run that again, though. Still have 2 ads left for DIV stacks. Oh, there's more. Cool. Okay, so I can't jump from the ammo box. You can get Revenant spawns there? Huh. I guess I've never hung around in that area long enough, but apparently you can get Revenant spawns there. Learned something today. It's this set. It's just I haven't moved past this room. Okay, no, that makes more sense. Never mind, you can't get Revenant spawns there. It's just I have this room's Revenants. completed the spawns. Whoopsie. Some audience participation. Stop using your ranged attacks. Stop it. This is Borderlands. You're not supposed to fight back. Seems like a decent lineup. So, builds with more movement speed than this can jump from there with rockets. I'm sure Zane could go from there. Amara could probably go from there too. Builds with low movement speed have to go from there. Builds with no movement speed have to take the jump pad. But we're at a point where we go from there. So with 2 drowning and brass stacks. Don't miss the fucking rocket. Yo, give me a fish. Is this not MOD? Maybe it was Iron Bear getting the MOD. There's a raid. No, I need more momentum there. Okay. Let me save quit, and I'll try it on an actual run. Red card. Still kind of want something over the no PP here. Kind of completely forgot about that problem. Kibsworth makes some sense. Anyone happen to know offhand how good Kibsworth is at hitting diadems? Like, do all of the projectiles hit properly, or do the ones on the side not? I think in Kibsworth because it has the shield as well for survivability. Not as much of a wind-up commitment as the flipper. Not as unreliable as the plasma coil with interrupted bursts. Kibsworth might be okay here. And it has a blade, so my fish would still be getting some sort of benefit. So let me pull up the max damage doc. Check that out. Kibsworth. I want times 2 or times 3? Probably times 2. Well, I don't have short fuse, so that's actually... Max damage shock only has times 2 anyway. That's fine. Shock cryo. Take the charge duration one here. Which scope is on this? Damage. Okay. What do I run here? 150 over 90 doesn't make too much sense. Kinda still does, though. Consec or 150 over 90. I have some gun damage from Scrappy. I don't think I have any V2, so yeah. I don't actually know how this will work out. Should field test this, but I ain't gonna. Idea behind this is I can shoot at items with this. And I have the Hyperion Shield. Could maybe go for second wins with it. I have Skag done big surplus. That's a max damage roll. It's worth attempting. Alright. Mantiforce. I mean to do that yet, but okay. It's weird that that pillar is there because it's such an advantageous position to just be in. Like, if that was more out of the way, there's a solid chance people never would have found that. Oh, and I got tutorial crystals on a fantastic pace. That's irksome. If you've ever watched GTD speedrunning and you've wondered why people sometimes just jump off the cliff intentionally right at the start, it's to prevent that from happening. Oh, I don't know my Iron Bear cooldown right now. On flame. On flame. Well, it worked. It's just also down. I'm like 5 seconds behind because of that already. Why are the spawn patterns so slow right now? I need, like, sub 120 going into the next room. Anything slower than that is just not worth continuing at this point. With the other places that I stand to lose time. I can't afford to lose time in a place that's supposed to be consistent. So world record Lucky 7? Yes. Yes, I'm competing with Lucky 7 with nukes. I'm only 40 seconds off. Without too much experience in the category. On this character, at least. On this build. $18.18 is a 17-second improvement. Sorry, a 16-second improvement on the previous Iron Bear record. So I did move up the board today. Oopsie. Accident. It's over 120, but I'll take it. I need to practice other stuff. Such as this rocket jump lineup that I'm doing now. Yeah, that's worthwhile. This pillar's gonna screw me, though. We know the rocket jump lineup works. Because I'll have my 3 drowning and brass stacks. Because the enemies we killed to open the door. So my shield will always break. And with a level 16 Ruby's Wrath with minimum damage roll. It's just enough to break our shield without threatening. I don't know why I like running GTD so much. You'll want to add an S to the end of that, Primordial Fire. That'll link you to the community build stocks. Have a lot of setups. Doesn't have my current one. If you're curious about what I'm currently running, I can explain that for you. Is that a 110? With only one bear activation? Hello? That is a crazy pace. Mees. I do not have my action skill. Needed my action skill. It's messy. I did lose my time save there, but I was ahead enough that the run's not dead. As long as I place these shots, okay. You two have to split up. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm no longer ahead, but I'm not behind either. Great, usually I use nukes, fuel drains after like 3 shots. Yeah, either after this run is complete, or next time I reset, you know, the run fails, I will go over everything in depth for you. Nukes do consume a lot of fuel. So you're not off base there. Oops. a solid clear for that. Better wait. Ah, I fucked up the rocket jump. Okay, that's fine. Reset. Okay, I can go over the build for you. So the idea is we have a flame class mod, and it does have 1 point in running on fumes, which is Moses' Purple Tree Capstone. So for 6 seconds after you apply a fire dot in Bear, you don't consume fuel. So this really helps your efficiency. And you combine that with Never Gonna Give You Up. Only 1 point because you get severe diminishing returns. It doesn't really have much value beyond that 1 point. So like when you apply fire dots, you also get some fuel back. And then you have deadlines to reduce your fuel consumption. Or to rather, it's both reduction of fuel consumption, but it adds some fuel back on kills. This does get diminishing returns, but the fuel drain effect scales up with point investment, so you still max it. Basically, those things combine to make us so we have pretty good Bear uptime. However, Hammer Down does consume a lot of fuel. So that's where the Flames legendary effect comes in. In a build around the Flame Com for Iron Bear, you don't have downtime unless you want downtime or have exceptionally bad RNG. All you have to do is apply a fire dot when you're on foot, and then you'll just get Iron Bear back. You can hop right back in. So when I'm on foot, I'm primarily holding this Guardian Angel and throwing Fish Slaps. But because my Fish Slap is this annoying, while Iron Bear is active, taking damage has a chance to spawn a grenade. The Fish Slaps that spawn from that annoyant while you're in Iron Bear do benefit from your Guardian Angel as well. So that's why I'm still holding it when I get in. Iron Bear doesn't get it, but the fish does. So then I just hold this EMP5 for movement speed. I use this Ruby's Wrath for rocket jumping. You know, ideally I don't fuck up like I did with that one, but Kibsworth is something I haven't used yet. It's an experiment. Before I was using this no pew pew because while holding the no pew pew you have a massively increased chance to ignite things, which means more flame consistency. However, I didn't find myself using the gun much, so I'm experimenting with that. Skill tree wise, go down to the last, lets you throw grenades while you're down, which is a good way of getting back up. Also, you go down to that tier anyway for Hammer Down. Max Skag Den, Max Torg Cross, Max Stainless Steel Bear. Auto Bear is there to cover for me in my downtime, and Means of Destruction is there to sustain my fish. Security Bear, because it helps you tank while in Bear, and also next to Auto Bear in your downtime. Armored Infantry, a little bit of gun damage for the Kibsworth, and damage reduction for tank. Drowning and Brass is huge damage-wise for both you and Bear, so definitely take that. Daka Bear, damage for Bear. Cloud of Lead, damage for Bear. Stoke the Embers, damage for Bear. Scrappy is swap speed, which helps because how frequently I'm juggling weapons. Scorching RPMs is damage for Bear. Specialist Bear is damage for Bear. Big Surplus gives us another fire bonus element to proc flame in our downtime. Really big guns, Bear damage. Biofuel. If you have a single point in Biofuel, because of the way the regen works, being super cursed, Bear is actually unkillable if you have Biofuel. You can't... Kill effects will still kill it, but damage won't if you have Biofuel healing active. It's very weird. Like, you can be sitting on literally 0 health. It'll show 0, and as long as you have Biofuel healing, Bear won't actually die. Now, your own damage can bypass this, but enemies can't kill Bear as long as you have Biofuel active. Double time because move speed, because I'm speedrunning. Fired up, mostly to just get down the tree. Future Creep is damage for Bear. Spirit Firepower is bigger rad dots and more cryo damage for my fish. Yeah, let's set up. I'll just die. Okay, let's run that back. Preferably without flubbing the rocket jump. That's really a shame because that room 1 pace was crazy. 110. It's got me thinking that the early bear reset might be the play for this room. Slow. Slow. Waiting for bear cooldown. That shot went very wide. Not the people happy kind. Thanks for doing your best, Auto Bear. Fortunately, my Flame RNG was ass on this one. See, that's where the no PP is nice. Ah, fuck. Back to that. I'm gonna equip the no PP. I'll try out the Gibbsworth strat if and only if I find myself in a situation where I lose a run to something that would have been prevented by the Gibbsworth.
fantastic, but I'll take it. It's a happy day to you as well. What day is it even? Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. Well, I placed my shots well. I guess that diadem helped out. Yeah. Shouldn't take credit for that. Iron Bear best Vault Hunter confirmed. I mean, not quite. Iron Bear is still attempting to catch up with, Modes. And Moze is slower than all the other Vault Hunters on foot in this takedown. At least as of right now. They're being aggressive. I lost a couple seconds to that. Mo's best Vault Hunter because she brings Iron Bear. There you go, you're onto something. You were nuking them? Yeah, of course they'll be a little aggressive, but you know, they could at least be understanding. Yeah, not a fantastic pace. Good luck. Thanks, Rorius. I forgot to wait. Damn it. Inefficient. That fish helped, though. ADS in the GA for safety there, so I don't die to the Saras. Good pace. Yeah, I think 5 is the good number to throw there. grenades. Ow. Thank you, bear. Hey, J-Bridge. What did I miss? Low. Tragic. Tragic. Alright, fucking embarrassing. Ugh. That whole anathema was just kind of a shit show, so. I like the strat. It's just I do need to manage my grenades a little bit better. With Rackstab, I eventually integrated action skill start grenade regen, allowing me to spam that hard. And with Amara, I have enough outlets of damage that even if I somehow run through all my fish, I have other ways. With this, if I don't have fish, I can't damage the boss. Game decided to trash that run? Yeah. Like, on the shield phases, I can get by with nukes if I absolutely have to, but it is still a time loss. I don't like getting that set. No. Okay. I hate that pillar so much. Bad movement, but I do have my bear cooldown. Makes a difference. once again, bad movement. Mediocre. Yeah, I don't care that I got booped off the edge there. Not having much luck. Still, I'm feeling good. This is good practice. A lot of grinding goes into improving these times. I'm not the most experienced Ironberry user. I normally play on foot stuff. And we did already break the Ironbear record today, so I can't be too salty. I could, I'm just not going to. Bad. It's not bad. Any fire dots from that? No, that's okay. No, I slid too early. That's unfortunate. I could tell that something was off about that, but you never know until the consequences slap you in the face. Bad movement. I do like the idea of throwing extra fish to cover for my bad movement, because it means I get a few more static charge chains while I'm first getting into bear. It's an okay safety net. Recoverable, maybe. Still slow. Nope. Legendary. A world drop in my Borderlands 3? Game simply gives too much. It's too rewarding. It's my joke. Unfortunate straggler, but still came out ahead. Ah, damn it. I just lost 6 seconds to that. She was gagged to trigger happy. Yeah, that's what Lazy was saying. he say? He said that it's probably too many instances of damage. Just shooting the Lucky 7 too much, causing the skag issue. Hey, Rapid Fire, thank you for the 29 months. Nah, fuck that.
29 months? Our Twitch
Still
baby
made
is
it.
going
Okay.
up so fast, Qua.
Kinda surprised. Thank you so much, Rapid Fire. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate your support and your presence. GA shield, my beloved. I feel like you need a fresh new RPG experience, kind of feel like a new RPG experience. Often, actually. I grew up playing a lot of different RPGs. So for a large chunk of my life, I was just able to try out a different one pretty often, you know? I haven't tried any new ones in a while. I think the last one I tried was Cyberpunk, and it's softer on the RPG side. But it's definitely still an RPG. Oh, shit. I thought I was out of range of that fish. That's a skill issue. Hey, Jack. There could be 32 months in the tier 2.
Warbot is insane. You literally don't have to do anything if you spec blue and purple while using damage.
Hate you.
Especially if he throws a grenade. On my FL4K I have the Widowmaker equipped, and whenever it tosses it, it's pure destruction. He's
Hate you.
Solid Seer. I love that dude.
FL4K. I'm getting stuck in the terrain, holy shit. There's a straggler. Amazing. You love time loss. Revenants? No. Yes. Not worth continuing those. You died a fish that Ironbird throws. You're throwing them, technically. So, yes. That's why the GA works on them, because they're still from me. Just it's happening while I'm in bear. Ravioli, ravioli, give me the reset-ioli. I hate that spawn. That was a laugh of pain. Yep. They pop out of Moose's belly button. Mm-hmm. Rev bombed at Necrobugs too. It's the best, isn't it, Butter? Butter, we beat the Iron Bear time. I'm back in second. I had to min-max which level my Old God and Ruby's Wrath are. So I could do 2 rocket jumps, and I changed my shield parts to be 2 Vagabond, 1 Fleet. Helped out. On the 1818, there's about 25 seconds of errors. But I still need 15 seconds of additional get-gooding to threaten the record. At that level, out of curiosity for the Old God. At that level, with 3 stacks of Drowning in Brass, a level 16 Ruby's Wrath with minimum damage will just barely break my shield. I don't have one on me right now, but a level 13 Plumage kills me. With a level 72 shield, a level 13 Plumage kills me if I have 3 stacks of Drowning in Brass. So, Ruby's Wrath is so it does less damage. And then we decided we needed a little more damage. And lowering the level of the shield... well, this Anoint, for starters, is only available level 60 and under. So it was always going to be level 60 for that particular one. But lowering the level of the shield means I get more uptime on Fleet. Which allows for some repositioning in the Scourge and Anathema fights, for the most part. Me like when guns shoot. Yeah, we don't do that here. Imagine guns. Come on. There we go. Of course it'd be you. Slow. Nick pistol damage, movement speed, or incendiary damage, and artifact stat. AoE damage and max size already standard. Like, again, I can't really answer that for you. Do you ever feel like you need more damage, or do you just want to move faster? My instinct is move speed, but, like, I don't know your run. I'm not in your game. Bad movement. Horrendous movement. More damage. I know you're probably joking, but like the thing is, with a lot of these runs that end up in record slots, it's about hitting the point where you have enough damage and then getting as much movement speed as you can. I highly doubt you're deficient on damage with a Lucky 7. What's a jabber variant? Yeah, for rack stab, a lot of my improvements have been from me just stripping away movement speed. No, that was unfortunate. I shouldn't have slid there. For me stripping away movement speed. Like, I switched to jabber over the Spider and Scorcher. Run double movement speed on artifacts. Switch to running more Interplanetary Stalker on the Peregrine than Eager to Impress, because Eager to Impress is more cooldown, which means more Novas in general. But Interplanetary Stalker, it is damage, but more importantly, it's movement speed, because the Necro Bugs apply the movement speed. So getting more points there means we move faster. On my Amara build, double move speed on Artifact. 3 points in Vigor. 3 points in Mindfulness. Trying to think, there's a gun better than Radical that can mob effectively via standard Amara stuff, comfortably kill beefy single targets that allow me to freely swap weapons. Better than Radical? It's gonna depend on the engagement type. Like, there's an argument for Herald there. But I'm more inclined to say Radical. Thinking of other guns. What content are you going for, Butter? Is this TGTD? I want the record back once I get off my current addiction to Deadlink. Pestilence. Yeah, I mean, Pestilence. But that forces you to commit a bunch of other areas of the kit. I've never used the replay on Amara. I don't know if that's competitive here, but it's scaling up based on how many targets you're fighting is attractive. Stomach, stop making noise. And I assume it indiscriminates well. But not particularly noteworthy single target. The comfortably kill beefy single targets is the real thing there. For that, you're looking at, if a crit spot is available, crit is an option. Although, you know, you drop chance RNG. But free radical. Free radical is like the all-rounder for all those things. You could maybe justify a couple Plague Bearer shots. Or a couple Major Kong shots. If used infrequently. Particularly Major Kong. Because it indiscriminates very well. And you have charge speed from either Trust in Yourself or from Rest, presumably. If not both. But yeah, in terms of regular Amara stuff, I don't see anything being better than Free Radical there. Have to get good then. You only have to PB by 2 seconds to get the record back. Auto Bear is Baby Cub. I don't know what Auto Bear skill is. Both Auto Bear and Cub. Both Iron Bear and Cub, excuse me, can form Auto Bears. When your action skill ends, wherever it was, wherever the mech physically was when the action skill ended, it just sets up Chop as a turret for 15 seconds. If you have Rocketeer, then it sets up for a duration dependent on how much fuel you had left. If you had no fuel, I think it's 15 seconds. Slow. I was after a straight few weeks of constant Amara at TGTD, so hopefully I can get comfortable quickly. I believe in you. Hello, Iron Bear Gamer. Hey, Boom. How you doing? And yeah, Auto Bear is in contention for best pet in Borderlands franchise history. It's between Auto Bear and Digiclone. If we were to do top 5, then the rankings get a little interesting. Because I'm not super experienced on Wilhelm, so I don't know where Wilhelm pets fall in the grand scheme of franchise things, because TPS didn't exactly have a lot of content to use them in. But, like, my instinct is that number 3 would be Iron Cub, and number 4 is Axton's Turret. Because Axton Turret aggro draw is insanely good. And it's very controllable. Number 5 is whoever Aurelia slaps. I love that skill is a thing. Wish to not receive notifications involving bad puns. I can't do that, Mugro. I'm sorry. Sentinel tier for Wilhelm pets. Oh, yeah. So I'd put Axton Turret above then. So yeah, jointly first, I guess. Auto Bear, Digiclone. Third place, Iron Cub. Then we have Axton Turret. Just had a Cabbage streamer. Cabbage sounds good right now. side movement. That was a good start. Does cabbage ever sound good? What do you mean? Waiting for my pizza dough to rise. You need to let the dough rise? Ah, I see what you did there. Funny, I'm ruined. I ruined. Did the redemption break again? I've been live that long. I don't hear it. Play in like 5 minutes. Need my Chad sire cheering. It's awkward. Worked out. Wish I'd been a little closer to the door there, but... fucked it. Jumped a little too soon. It's a shame. The pace was not bad there at all. Between Death Trap being useless against a lot of bosses and not having a lot of synergy with Gauge, or the class feat Pets in Wonderland's not scaling that highly, I'm not sure which is worse. Death Trap is still more beneficial to the player when maximized than Wonderland's pets are to the player. Like, most beneficial pets in Wonderlands would be Demi-Lich, Cheat Death, or Mushroom Revive, right? I feel like Death Trap provides more utility than either of those things on their own, collectively. Always slam midair to slightly extend jumps. I'm really bad at the timing for that, so I don't want to introduce another thing I can mess up. But, you know, next time it looks like I'm that close, and I might fail otherwise, I'll go for it. Use Death Trap to soak up racks. Yeah, that's a good use. Fuck flying enemies. Tell them, Moo. Tell them the truth. Talk to them. I'll leave they land first. Acceptable. Unacceptable. Unacceptable! Alright, I'll do one more and then I'll save quit to clear the instance because there's a lot of loot on the ground. I do find it amusing how the Iron Bear time was improved by using Iron Bear less. I mean, it's a huge hole to poke in this idea that Iron Bear is the end-all be-all. It just amuses me that Iron Bear is in the same boat as the Hellwalker and the Seeing Dead, and the Cloning Matting Tracker, where, sure, it's good and easy to use, but people massively overstate its value. There, you want to hit that one? No? That's cool too. I'll clear the instance. Heal 3 is weird when things are at max level. I mean, it's not even just that the point where you min max. Like, there's points before that where Iron Bear has less value than other action skills. Like, even before you min max, Iron Bear has a slower clear time than Rack Attack because of all the things Rack Attack enables. Mantis Cannon, Digiclone are both faster because of all the things they enable. See, Undead was less overrated before Purple Tree, but yeah, still overrated. Yeah, before Purple Tree, See Undead deserved its accolades. But as soon as Mantis Cannon entered the picture, it's completely redundant. Hector was torture simply because that game wasn't set up for that type of boss fight. That game built for anything with common sense? Not really, Moo. That's the thing. There's a bunch of stuff that could have worked well in BL2 that was in that game that didn't because BL2 launched as a very dated title that wasn't able to accommodate a lot of the things they wanted to do with it. We had this discussion in Discord yesterday. Basically, 2012 was a super stacked year for game releases, and a lot of that stuff still holds up very well today. For example, Dishonored was a 2012 title. Call of Duty Black Ops 2, Halo 4, both of which still hold up super well mechanic-wise. Obviously, Halo 4, you know, you got the whole narrative stuff, but gameplay. Dragon's Dogma, as Lazy likes to mention, was Elden Ring before Elden Ring happened. Mass Effect 3, which had an insanely successful multiplayer mode that no one was prepared for, still holds up very well mechanically. There's a lot of good releases that came out the same year, even within 2 months of Borderlands 2, that did not age as badly as Borderlands 2 did, because Borderlands 2 was not a 2012 game released in 2012. Borderlands 2 is a 2010 game released in 2012. So games had already advanced past that point, and you saw that a lot in BL2's DLC season with some of the cool things they tried to do, such as how most of the enemies in Dragon Keep suck to fight and don't quite work. In Lilith DLC, you have Hector, which, you know, is a creative attempt, but doesn't work well in the confines of what that game does. Sometimes you gotta crawl before you walk. I enjoyed it until I joined the community. And there's value in making the attempt. I like that they tried it, that they did something different. I'd rather they attempt than that they don't at all. Like, a slight miss to me is better than a very safe, boring thing that adds no value. So the experimentation is necessary to do cool shit. One of the discussions I've had with people who have come over to the BL3 endgame community from, say, Destiny 2 rating is they're like, why is this so simple? And then we have to explain that Borderlands players don't know how to do mechanics because they've never had to. So takedowns are very mechanically simple because they're a stepping stone towards, in the future, more complex things. And you can see this in other areas of landscape design. For example, Borderlands 2 had the massive dependency on Moxie weapons for a bunch of the characters. So in Borderlands 3, they changed the way Moxie weapons behave. And initially, lifesteal was a lot harder to access, and that became less true later, but it's still less free than switch to Grog Nozzle on any character, you know? And then that primed people a little bit, not enough though, for Wonderlands, where there is no lifesteal. And obviously you see how hard people complain in Wonderlands when they don't have lifesteal, despite the fact that other areas of survivability improved even further. So, like, going back to the point, making a flawed attempt still has a lot of value, and I respect the things BL2 set up, even the things that didn't land. Like, DigiPeak was something I really enjoy, but it didn't land for a bunch of people because it was tied to the OP level stuff. DigiPeak to me was awesome, not only because it's fun gameplay and varied and difficult with long stretches of mobbing, but also it's a precursor to takedowns. So that gives it even more value to me. Justice for TPS, still they got done dirty? Yeah. Wonderland's just got a hotfix making mini events in future run cycle based on previously made ones for future. I expect this is the end for hotfixes unless they announce something new out of nowhere later. I'm surprised they announced that they're doing this. Did this just happen today, Amber? Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah. 07. Oh, the curse is still the same. I fucking hope not. It was about time. Yeah. Yeah. So this is just kind of like the same feeling as BL3 November 2021 when they're like, yeah, that's it. We're like, oh, so action skills just still don't work? That's just life now? Okay. It's disappointing. I really, really, really hope that the next title they release doesn't get left in a more broken state than how it launched. On one hand, disappointed. On the other hand, I worry to keep meddling to try to win people back to take away things I enjoy about the game. Well, it's also, at a certain point, wasted effort, Jaybridge, because you still have people mindlessly saying stuff like, Chaos 100 was the last straw. Chaos 100 literally improved every possible area of the game, whether or not you choose to play on Chaos 100. But, like, it fundamentally, they can't make changes that win people back this deep in it. Like the world drop nerf in BL3. That didn't bring the people who falsely claimed that it helped their playthrough experience back. So, like, at a certain point, it's wasted effort. Even if they do improve issues and fix the things that people want them to fix successfully, the ship has sailed. Which is something that I personally am upset by, because I'm a big believer in post-launch support improving games. What was the world drop nerf? Just curious because I started last week. So on the release day, in the release patch on DLC 6 day in BL3, they cut the world drop rate for legendaries at high mayhem pretty much in half. And this was after a long period of time where people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about when it comes to loot systems were like, oh, BL3 gives too many world drops, it's too rewarding. And then everyone who plays this game is like, have you actually still tried to get something in this game? And the answer is no, because the people making that feedback weren't playing Borderlands 3. And never really messed around in endgame longer than 2 days at the end of a playthrough they did for content. So, on the back of some terrible feedback, they went and made the endgame farming experience just flat out worse for everyone who does not save quit farm all their gear. And it did nothing positive for the game, because this was a change only made to high mayhem levels, meaning playthroughs didn't change. Mayhem 0 did not change. So you still end up with a full inventory of legendaries by level 12. And that was the thing that actually needed addressing. I understand you can't make everyone happy. Yeah, of course. You can't. And at a certain point, you shouldn't try. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you, Moo. We got low drop rates in Wonderlands because of them. Yeah, it's... BL3 gives too many drops, so they nerf it, and no one cares. Except the people who are like, wait, hang on, now it doesn't give enough. And then they copied that model with Wonderlands while further increasing part variance. This is after years of people downplaying the part variance issue in 3. And then they're like, Wonderlands doesn't give enough drops. Like, imagine being Gearbox fielding that feedback. Like, you do the explicit thing that people ask for, and then they still fling their shit at the walls. Like, I really, really cannot stress enough that you shouldn't listen to fans. Like, I respect the shit out of Gearbox, accommodating the fan base and trying to do things they love. But, like, don't listen to this fandom. Do not do it. Just don't do it. Apologies if some background comes through. Some kind of construction. Street over. Huh. Is that the spot? Yeah, it was. Okay. I didn't think I was standing there. I was. Bud. I think the best feedback comes from people outside the community because there's no bias. I don't necessarily agree with that because there's some things that you need some degree of first-hand experience to have a qualified take on, such as the nature of drop rates versus part variance. Like, nobody who actually does any amount of endgame build crafting in this game as the focus of their experience benefited from the world drop nerf. It served no positive purpose for anything in the game. And that was a change that was primarily championed by people who do not do endgame and do not play the game, period. And it was an endgame only change. That's the big thing. Like, advocate for the area of the game that is relevant to you. Sure, that's fine. That's encouraged. But it's just childish. It's just taking shit away from other people for nobody's game. Like, that didn't help anything on their side. It just made it worse for endgame players. It just made us want to save edit more. A little aggressive right now. Really love to have my Iron Bear. Be nice. Hit spawn. Oh, I didn't hit spawn cow. Maybe I was just delayed. It could have been better. Whatever. I understand why I shouldn't just get the drop after killing an enemy. What's the point of not getting it? It makes it more rewarding, is the immediate thing they'll say. And you see, the thing with that is that's a subjective experience. Some people would like to actually farm gear to use it. But that's a whole different experience, and those people are looked down upon by that section of the Borderlands community. Imagine, the elitists in the Borderlands community are the people who turn their nose up at you for wanting to play Borderlands. It's fucking wild. Thanks for hitting that shot, Auto Bear. Shame my aim is trash. I'll go ahead and reset this one. I was like that he refuses to use save edit. There's a difference between people who don't want to save edit and people who are toxic about it. Don't jump to extremes with that, because there's some people who prefer to get things themselves. And then there's some people who are personally offended by the concept of save editing to the point where they just want other people to lose access, despite they have no interest playing the game and would not be affected in any positive way by that. And no, they don't want to have a conversation about the problems that cause people to want to save edit. It's all about taking away shit from other people. It's all about punching down. I don't like save editing, which is exactly why nerfing world drops is so disappointing. Yeah, like the reason why the majority of people who are active within the community save edit is because spending the time to actually get specific drops in general would lead you to burn out before getting them, so you wouldn't want to play the game anymore anyway. It decreases people's playtime. The world drop nerf decreased people's desire to play the game. It's that simple. Like, the way you deal with the save editing problem is you make it so people don't want to, and then people won't. Of course, you're gonna have the the 13-year-olds who run around in public lobbies with a bunch of additional parts on their guns, ruining everyone's experience. But that's unavoidable. That happens no matter what you do. So I would need area dedicated drops instead of enemy dedicated drops. I like that idea. Loot the Universe event proved the viability of that. Stance has always been that I want the game to be in a state where getting the gear I want is reasonable enough that I would feel like save editing is cheating. Yeah, that's exactly the point I want to reach too, Amber. Guess I should clarify, I don't like save editing means I choose not to use it, not that I don't think it's got a place in the community. Right, like, there's some things that you just can't get reasonably without it. For example, if you want a Becca, you have to make a new character and then play through the entire story, or not through the entire story, through most of the story, 90% of the story, to get access to all the Hammerlock Hunt enemies. And then you have to get to level 72, and then you have to complete the story anyway, so that you get Mayhem unlocked. Even for a competent player with game experience, a playthrough like that, without dialogue skip mod, because we're talking unmodified game, a playthrough to that, just to the end of the story, casually, for most people, 8 hours. 8 hours. And then you have the time it takes to level. Let's say they're really efficient about scrap traps. Cool, 9 hours. And then whatever messing about, we'll call it 9.5 hours for one singular attempt at a Becca of your choice. Now, Becca is not parts locked, so you can get a less optimal version parts-wise. Yes, the part variants of the Becca are close enough that you don't really need to sweat that too much. All part combinations of the Becca are good. Fortunately, it's not one of the ones that has massive variants or parts that significantly neuter the gun. But you have to get the Becca, and then before DLC 6, Anoint rerolling wasn't a thing, remember? So before that point, you also had to get the Anoint you want. So something people do to get the Becca is they either save edit it in, or read-only farm it. And read-only farming is save editing. There's some copium out there on whether or not it is. And there's some people who get really, really snotty about save editing and then read-only farm shit on their playthroughs. No, read-only farming is save editing. You are manipulating your save. You are externally changing how your game works to affect your save file. It is save editing. And there's stuff you can't do in these games without read-only farming. So, like, save editing is necessary. Make it so it's not necessary. There's no legitimate reason for the Becca to not have a drop source, and in fact, they gave us an event for 3 days where the Becca did have a drop source. For some reason, they took it away after 3 days. But there you go. It's just arbitrarily, no, you can't have this. Do another playthrough. Like, that's such a fucking waste of time. That's actively anti-player. Like, imagine wanting to actually use the items in the game to play the video game. No. So that's why people save edit. Played dozens of RPGs and I don't have to save code everything. I don't like save code farming either. That's a whole separate rant. It's an antiquated system. And like, fundamentally the Borderlands loot system copied Diablo as Diablo stood 14 years ago. Which, I should mention, was before Diablo 3. So, what they actually copied was what is now a 23-year-old loot model. And barely changed it. You know what has improved a lot in 23 years? Diablo's loot model. So if the thing you copied made steps to improve and mitigate its problems, and you didn't, doesn't that make you a shitty copy? Is that a logical leap? "23-year-old model, Leo DiCaprio." Hey, Suffix. What is Diablo's loot system again and how they improve it? Never played. So Diablo's loot system is there's legendaries, the orange rarity, which are uniques with their own properties, and they have different passives they can have. So no two will be identical, although there are optimal roles for the uniques. And then you have 4 white, blue, and yellow rarities. They basically function the way white, blue, and purple do in Borderlands. Same stuff. They're non-uniques with different stats and stuff, and that is what Borderlands copied, and they even marketed themselves as Diablo with guns. The first Borderlands has a bunch of Diablo references because it knows where it came from. I mean, all the Borderlands games have Diablo references because they know where they came from. So does Wonderlands. But Diablo took steps over the years to mitigate some of the things, such as implementing multiple flavors of item rerolling. Now, I don't necessarily want a crafting system in Borderlands. I'm going to preface this with that. But Diablo has several crafting elements that help mitigate the things that can happen when you have nothing is sourced. Almost nothing is sourced in Diablo. So dedicated farming, not really a thing beyond very specific cases. But when you have items with massive level of variance, it also gives the approach of Diablo 3 and endgame. They give you a ton of legendaries because there's so many different items with so many different roles. They give you a lot. They don't do the arbitrarily cut your rates in half because people who don't play the game don't want others to have loot thing. And then even for perfect rolls over in Diablo, there's ways to improve your chances directly of that. Like when a legendary drops in Diablo 3, it has a chance to roll as an ancient, which is an improved stat range, slightly better stats overall. And then ancients have a chance to drop as primal. Primal ancients are literally perfect rolls. So you have a fixed chance to get a perfect roll, bypassing the whole you need to get these specific parts thing. Because you can still get a specific part ancient that happens to be perfect. It's just you also have a separate chance of, hey, perfect. And then you have a crafting feature that allows you to convert items into primals. When I'm playing D4, I'm still torn on that, Amber, because fuck ActiBliz. I fucking hate Activision Blizzard because I don't believe that video games should come at a human cost in terms of, you know, people's literal lives. And I don't think that... I just don't want to give money to devs that do sex crimes. That's just not cool to me. So I'm torn there because I'm also a lifelong Diablo fan. Like, I grew up with it. I have not decided. Word crafting is weird to say in these conversations because in PoE it means more like enchanting, modifying rather than creating an item. PoE crafting, get the literal meaning of the word crafting, man. Yeah, I'm in that camp. Just interpret the word crafting as modifying rather than creating, so I have to be very specific what I mean when I say it. Yeah, yeah. In Diablo, there's crafting, but, like, it's fixed recipes. Only a few uniques are craftable. It's more modification. Out of the loop, what has ActiBlizzard been up to? Serious question. Summer of 2021, the state of California filed a lawsuit against them for several years of terrible workplace practices, up to and including perpetrating sex crimes against the employees and then having the board of directors cover it up. This was very big news, summer 2021. So since then, I have not purchased any Activision Blizzard products because I am not comfortable giving them my money. And sometimes you can speak with your wallet. Maybe rethink pre-ordering. It's something I'm divided on as well. Also get upset with me for not giving a shit about people getting called out for playing Wizard game. So, I tend to avoid this topic because I know I do not have popular takes here, but I'll address it once for this stream. People making themselves victims for being called out for openly doing the thing that has been directly labeled as harmful to the continued ability for a marginalized group of people to be alive are fucking drama queens. Like, you have such a need to be a victim that you put yourself before an actual crowd of people that's, like, staring at governments trying to fucking genocide them. And you want the attention for, but I want to play video game and people said I shouldn't. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I don't care if you love the IP or whatever. That's not my business. When a group of people suggest that, hey, maybe giving money to the person who directly said that the royalties from the IP will go to funding hate groups, maybe don't do that. And then you decide to farm engagement over, I'm gonna do it anyway. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. Go away. Don't agree with streamers getting doxxed, but like, stop crying. Yeah. Obviously there's a line. I don't know enough about that topic, Tryphon. I genuinely don't know. I'm not educated in that department. So, I'm gonna shrug. I don't know if that stuff was ever substantiated. Never looked into it. I don't know. But in terms of the other topics at hand, you know, the state of California literally brought a lawsuit against ActiBliss for those allegations. Those were substantiated. And then for the Wizard game thing, the creator of the IP has directly stated that her royalties go to funding hate groups. So ethical consumption is a shit show. It's not possible to be a 100% ethical consumer, but like, it's very easy to not be an asshole, is the thing. That's my stance on it. I have a huge issue with harassing owners of the game. They're just ignorant about the situation. People should be educated about how terrible a human being JKR is and why supporting this game is an issue. I think it's important to stay respectful during a boycott. Of course, like, regarding the doxing thing, some of those instances weren't actually real. But obviously, targeted harassment of people who were just playing a video game is not really gonna help out any cause. Kind of makes you an asshole too. Life lessons, here's way of life is just don't be a dick. It's easier to not be an asshole. Like, it's literally more beneficial in your day-to-day life to just be kind. Like, even if you look at it from the perspective of a complete sociopath, people like you more if you're nice, and then they do more things for you. You will have more people around you to just do stuff with. Like, the most selfish human being on the planet, if they were smart, would still know to just be kind. And then there's the whole thing that being good feels good. Improving people's day, I don't know. Maybe that part's just me, but I like contributing good things. Everyone deserves a place and a right to be who they are without being harassed or being different. Yeah. Very simple concept, yet that's somehow divisive. Craziness. Being nice to people gets you connections. It's funny, there's a bunch of people, let's call them fringe figures in certain gaming communities, who they have a lot of rage and a lot of bitterness, a lot of jealousy due to being less connected than people who they feel don't deserve it as much as them. But like, the thing is, look at behavior. It speaks for itself. Their trick to tip Moxie faster? Yeah, actually, Vibes. Something a lot of people do is they go into their keybinds and then they'll rebind interact and secondary interact to like mouse wheel up and down. So these two, secondary use and primary use, they'll just bind that to mouse wheel up and down, and you just scroll your mouse wheel. Life's too short to be mean. It's a wasted emotion. There's no real benefit in life but shortening your lifespan. Yeah, stewing in those negative emotions and just being toxic in general, like, it just feels bad. It's not good for anyone, least of all you. Point out the Wonderland has more spells. Amazing. I think a lot of people in their adulthood can look back on periods of their life where they didn't have a mentality that they particularly like. You know, a phase of themselves where they're like, I would not get along with that person. I have, you know, a period of time like that. And it's just, it's a growth opportunity, you know? Like, just be better. Super easy. kind of what life is about. Improvement, learning. I don't think we should ever grow out of questioning our own actions or beliefs. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think it is a thing to say it's valid that you even can really grow out of being, you know, questionable. Pushback's part of growth. .122. This is slow, but I need more practice. I'm gonna try not rocket jumping there for a few runs, see what happens. I'm glad you grew out of that, Amber. Sort of on topic here. A big thing that I feel like a lot of people don't think about is that empathy is not innate. Empathy is a learned behavior. And some people never bother to learn it. There's a lot of people out there who will not stop for a second to consider how their words or actions will affect others. I'm gonna reset this one. Slow anyway. It really opened my eyes on how people are just living their lives, man. And it all because bad people around me that changed. Hey, growth moment. I'm happy to at least have a space where people can just talk about this shit, you know? Because it's an awkward conversation to have. It's especially one that like a lot of creators won't want to have because it doesn't exactly generate the clicks. Very true about empathy being taught. Nothing reinforces the truth like raising a kid. You directly shape an entire human being's worldview. Obviously, they will grow independently of you after a point, but you form the foundation. A lot of people do not form good foundations. More character development than Maya. Pain. Even when I don't have a ton of the same beliefs as people around me, or having a sensitive combo, you just approach with openness and ask questions rather than making statements. The combos go well. Yeah, definitely. More than a few times we've had people come in who were like, hey, could you explain your stance on this topic? I don't quite understand. And then we were able to have an actual dialogue. Sure, they're pretty much innately selfish little assholes. Oh no, kid moment. Seem chill, bro. Always respect how open you are and how you're able to talk about stuff like this and voice your opinion. Hey, that means a lot to me, Suffix. I do my best to explain when I make assertions about stuff, because it's very easy to just spout off your opinions, right? Everyone's opinionated, especially people with platforms. But like, it's different to have a conversation about it. This is one of the reasons I like streaming, because I just like talking to you guys in general. So I try to explain why I feel the way I feel about things and leave room for other people to explain how they feel about things. Makes for more well-rounded interactions in general. Hey, fuck you, Quag. Oh, me? Oh, cat, what are you doing? Not you, other cat. No, you're just bad at bearing your shit. Okay. That's my thing. I don't necessarily agree with everything chat says. No one ever really does. In the end, it boils down to not being a dick. Ultimately, that's what it is, Roddy. Yeah. And there's plenty of people I can get along with who might have some very different beliefs to me. Be it things as innocuous as video games or things as serious as, like, social issues. But the thing is, fundamentally, if that person is not a piece of shit, I can get along. Just be a decent person is all it is. I'll take it. Unless they're Nazis. Yeah, of course. There's obviously a threshold. There is obviously a threshold. Sometimes my cat's in there several minutes after shifting the litter around, never actually cover the thing. Yeah, Jake is terrible at covering up his turds. Like, I've had him since he was a kitten, so I kind of feel responsible. Like, I feel like I should have taught him how to shit properly at some point. He's gonna learn if you don't teach him. Listen, I used his litter box one time and he seemed really annoyed with me. So, I don't know. Maybe I didn't want to repeat the experience. Skill issue on my part. Not even sure some days I shit properly. Feel free, Jake. It's not. How you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna reset this one too. I'm actually gonna run to the bathroom real quick. He's a good YouTube tutorial. Do they have YouTube tutorials for cats of just cats shitting? I just love when you try to upload a video to YouTube, says it'll upload in standard in 3 hours, 12 hours later. Yep. You like Handsome Jack as a villain? I think that the majority of what made Jack effective as a villain was the voice actor. Like, the performance of Jack was legendary. The character of Jack, fine. I think, he's not as remarkable of a story presence as people want to believe he is. Because the performance distracts you from that because it's so fucking good. It's one of the best voice acting performances in gaming ever. But I think as far as him within the context of the game, he's fine. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Really like Jack and Pre-Sequel? Yeah, Jack and Pre-Sequel's cool. Yeah, he's well handled. It's a good showcase of how the characters evolved. He was never a hero. He was always a villain. It's just he was not initially comfortable in his villain skin. And seeing the progression to how he got there was definitely an interesting experience. Jack is a testament to how impactful a good VA can be on a character, for sure. BL2 and Pre-Sequel story I enjoyed a lot. I was really hoping for the war the Watcher was talking about in the next installment. In some post-BL3 launch interviews, they expressed that the next BL game will cover that. And then, of course, DLC 6 of BL3 does set up a little more clearly kinds of things that might happen. Something BO3 is used as a means of expanding the universe. Pretty much, yeah. And that can have a lot of value. Interestingly, though, in terms of story structures, usually the second entry is the one that does that the most. And I think that means that BL3 was doing something that they wish they had done in BL2. Like, BL2 is still primarily Pandora, right? You only go elsewhere in DLCs that aren't connected story-wise at all. So, like, the universe doesn't really get bigger. BL2 feels like it's meant to be the first part of a story. I kind of get that vibe, too. Now, they don't seem to have made up their mind on whether that's the vision or not, because they take great pains to tie Jack to the existing first part of the story. So it still feels like a second entry, but in terms of expanding the world, it doesn't do that as much as a lot of other middle entries do. I don't think it necessarily needed to, don't get me wrong, but the decision to go back and do that in BL3, it definitely seems like BL3 could have been something different if it didn't have to do that. Infernal Wishwork with Iron Bear? It does not, Original Slacker. BL4 bring me all the Vault Hunters from BL 1, 2, and 3 in this Great War. Personally, I think they need to minimize the involvement of characters from past games that waters it down. I pretty much agree, yeah. Very few things pulled me out of the story more than the crowbarred in involvement of the B team. Like, they seriously carved out a chunk of story, a chunk of time they could have used on other characters, to give us a less developed version of Tina. Like, literally, a version of Tina who somehow is even more two-dimensional than BL2 Tina. That was a big miss for me. Xena and BL2 is somewhat different than other games Sonos does as well. I mean, they were still constructing the character in the BL2 days, so I'm willing to forgive it for it being very flat. I think by the time of Wonderlands, they developed Tina to a point where I'm like, I like the character. But I do think BL3 Tina is like the weakest version, because BL2 Tina has all of 2 moments of emotional complexity, where she, like, drops the front and starts talking about real shit. And those are cool moments. Those work. But then BL3 decides to cut any possibility of those for them to lean in the fact that she's an adult and she fucks now. And I'm like, I don't care about this.
don't get me wrong. Of those 2 moments of emotional complexity that Tina has in Borderlands 2, one of them is immediately hijacked by a butthole joke. So, like, there's that. But I didn't have to kill that. Don't shoot me. Okay, I actually got to run to Anathema. It's been a while. It's been a while. Sorry. Slipped out. I'll learn that song's Critical Role now cursed as well. Thank you, Autobear. Absolute legend. I'm still intimidated by that one time that Ritsu saw Autobear just like walking around. That was crazy. Well, that's some time loss. Give me a grenade. Oh, well, I choked out real hard. I looked at the floor. I looked at the floor and blew myself up. The thing with having this anoint where, you know, taking damage with Iron Bear active spawns a fish. Well, it happens when Iron Bear's active, Cub active, Auto Bear active, and it comes from you and comes out of your face where you're looking. So if you're looking close enough to you, you hit yourself. And that's my mistake. I blew myself. It's true.
Don't walk on a bear makes you worse. You're not wrong. Just on a new planet where all the shit going on with the Crimson Raiders, just hearsay they may not even be true. Maybe they meet an isolated Crimson Raider associate. Oh god, I'm doing Force Awakens, but it's Borderlands. Listen, Force Awakens in a vacuum could have worked fine. It's just, nothing that it set up was capitalized upon. And they were too scared to let the black guy be the hero. For letting a woman be the hero, not a person of color yet. Give Hollywood another decade. Maybe, yeah. John Boyega really has very little to say about that in retrospect. Oh, he's had a lot to say. It has been, not positive. He has, directly called out a bunch of stuff. He has not been shy about his lack of desire to work with Disney again. You know, good for him. That's slow. Reset. The entire trilogy proves you can't just make shit up as you go along. Yeah, because Force Awakens set up a bunch of stuff that they had no plans to pay off, and then Last Jedi came in, and I strongly dislike The Last Jedi, but let me explain why. It works better as a third movie in a trilogy than a second. I think Rian Johnson's a good filmmaker, but I don't think he's a good fit for Star Wars because his whole thing is subversion of expectations, and Star Wars is not intelligent enough of a universe for that to provide anything sustainable if you connect it to anything else happening. Isolated story, sure, it works. Giving him entry 2 in a trilogy just kind of put them in a corner where they needed good writing to pull them out of it, and instead they went back to the guy who set up Force Awakens and they're like, all right, pay off the shit you did. And he's like, I don't know how to end anything properly because it's J.J. Abrams. He infamously does not know how to end things. So yeah, that's what happened with those. Shout out to Giancarlo being amazing The Mandalorian. He instantly improves any show or game he's in. He's fucking fantastic. Do any of you guys watch College Humor content? Dropout, their streaming service? He was on an episode of Game Changer. Yeah, he was on an episode of Game Changer and it was so good. They just had Giancarlo hamming it up on a Zoom call. It was great. Level 2 Rare Curse of Pain, Common Dire Misfortune, Common Atrophic Favor, and Level 2 Epic Impending Doom before leaving Tartarus. Not a pray for Merciful End. Imagine getting Merciful End when you want it. I was watching it while I was binging Better Call Saul, and it caught me so off guard. Game Changer is great. Watch the content they put up on YouTube, get the subscription someday. I believe they're running a promo right now where it's like 60% off an annual subscription. You get it through their website. They're doing it because like that way Apple and the stores get less of a cut. You end up paying less. Not sponsored or anything, I just genuinely think the Dropout's really good.
That's actually gonna cost me. Whatever. Play it out. Dropout has a lot of great content. I only really watch Game Changer personally. The Dirty Laundry is a good time. I like that one too. Actually is also fun. Those are the main ones I watch. They have a lot of D&D content. One day I'll overcome the feeling of being intimidated by the volume and just actually try it. That was good clear. I have more fuel than I thought I would. Awkward item. Cool. So difficult to calculate how many bullets to shoot. Err on the side of too few. That'll help solve your current problem. Can play D&D for hours, have trouble watching others play it. It's understandable. I'm the reverse with some things. Some things I can't play, but I really enjoy watching. Oh no, I could not have fucked that rocket jump up more. Backup strat. Nope. Shit. We're just not getting past Anathema for an hour or so. It happens. Or this trial made me switch to Trigger Guardian Takedown speedrunning. There's a reason I don't have much of a presence on the Malawan boards for Flak. That is the category that tilts me the most.
other things I can just turn my brain off and throw attempts at, but with True Malawon, it's like... I know what I'm capable of, and I know when the game is jerking me around. With this, my errors are my errors. Guardian Takedown does a lot more, like, your success is on you. Whereas, to get to the point where Malawon is on you, you need to wade through so much more RNG. Like, I've been stuck not getting a good run for an hour because I've been making bad choices and I've been distracted. I'm okay with that, because I can correct that by getting good. No amount of getting good will guarantee me a good boxes spawn set in Malawon. Or stop Valkyries from deciding to do a longer animation loop. Items. A bit behind, but not substantially. That's a lie. That is substantially behind. Whatever. I need to practice. We play it out. Like I said earlier, I'm not too tilted by getting walled like this because already did make a substantial improvement. To the PB today. Oh. What archetype is the current world record? Lucky 7. Of the things Moze can do that I'm able to recall right now, I think only Lucky 7, Bloodletter Snowshoe, and Iron Bear have any real claim to fastest. And the boards do currently reflect that. Although Snowshoe Bloodletter will be gone from the board once I submit, because it'll, like, my run will no longer be that, it'll be Iron Bear. But I don't think anything other than Snowshoe Bloodletter and Iron Bear can, like, even hang with Lucky 7. I was trying Plague Bear or Omnom for a while. Just, your damage is too delayed. Snowshoe. Peacock Mortality screen pollution. That's one of the reasons I decided to do this with Iron Bear instead of pushing that. It's like, you guys can at least look at the screen while I'm using this. You know, it's still BL3, so there's still a lot happening, but you can at least see the screen. Yeah, I'm like 20 seconds behind the last run. That's pain. Let's hope there be grenades in there. Fish bombardment. Mm-hmm. No. Wow, Mr. Presidented my fish. I still hit with a stray one, but ugh. Noticing so much GA shield use today. Yeah, it's a lot handier with how I've made myself intentionally squishier, and I don't have a lot of healing. It's very useful. Fish or static charge doing this phasing. The first fish is causing a static charge that gives me enough groundbreaker for the second fish to phase. But, like, I can do it with just fish. Like, against Scourge, it's just the fish. On Anathema, the static charge does a lot of work. Terrain cooked. Hey, Or, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope things have been treating you well. Bad aim. Moth, have a good one, Amber. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your day. A little dicey, but we made it. I am like 30 seconds behind, whatever. Area has enough terrain, there might be an exit spot. Maybe. Probably. The necrobugs too. Yeah, likely. And this crystal, White Ellie got completely gutted. I mean, it was also never as good as people thought it was, Renegade. White Ellie was never better than Static Charge. Just people jerked off White Elephant because YouTube told them to. It had more use cases before the nerf, but it was still never better. My shots better for this. Also got its synergy fake melee verse. Oh yeah, Face Puncher existing before Stinger. Yeah. Sure, that's not even worth using. Yep. Would've been better with Fish anyway. Yeah, the thing with Fish and Stinger is, by the time your White Elephant even triggers, if it applies, because it's RNG and then it's a delay, that's also single target, and you could have just done multiple static charges in that window anyway, so... Save myself with Iburns. I didn't play that well. Slow. That crouch was because I had more move speed than I expected. It's the annoying. How come it's always this set? Have I gotten a different teleport too today? Like, ever? I don't think I have. It's been this every time I've gotten here. This is not the slowest set, but it's not far from the slowest one. Oof. Thinking of melee if shooting star work base game with one option, base puncher equal to the blade fury and was insane. I mean, you think? I don't know if I agree with that. Reason being, shooting star is still time delayed. Even when it works, it's still time delayed. One of the very few advantages the Face Puncher has over the Blade Fury on those characters is that it's not delayed at all. So you're removing the only advantage Face Puncher has. I don't really necessarily agree. 1834 matches the old Iron Bear record, but we did beat that earlier. So, good run. Bad Scourge Teleport, I played poorly. Post Crystals 2, I wasn't positioned well at the end of Necrobugs 2. I need to practice that a bunch. Find it funny with static charge, the mobbing option melee can be better at boss than the White Elephant at times. Yeah, it's a big part of it is that time delay. You get an instance of damage every single time with the static charge, and it has multi-target potential, and it builds Groundbreaker through that. And White Elephant is single target, the element of the bomb is RNG, and that can matter. And also whether you get a bomb at all is RNG. And then it's time delayed. Pre-Crystals 1 was also behind. Yeah, my room 1 was also slow. Yeah. Warframe, why's that, T-Dog? Away from the projectiles are huge. You can spawn so many quickly, time delay is a worthy price. Situationally. My survival proving ground decided to push the hardest in miserable existence. Eventually you'll hit a breaking point where you just don't want to look at the category anymore. Like, one of the reasons I run Guardian so much is I still enjoy it, whereas Maliwan, depending on the build, I check out a little bit. There's some builds where I can still enjoy it on. Like, if I'm playing Phase Slam setup on Amara, I still really enjoy Maliwan. But it's definitely my categorical kryptonite. Like, for example, with the Shooting Star versus Blade Fury thing, spawning into the Scourge fight here, I'm either throwing a fish, or if for whatever reason I'm not doing a fish, then I'm going for as much upfront damage as I can. Shooting star has the same problem as white elephant. Take time. And depending on where you are on the map, it can take more or less time. Obviously, there's sections where you're there long enough that it's fine. But I do hesitate to lean into that. That's just my opinion. I've been proven wrong on things like this before. Like, I was a Blade Fury doubter at first. For Blade Fury over Face Puncher on Amara. The way I like to run Amara, Face Puncher still suits me better, but Blade Fury with proper gear support is better. I think it's a good stopping point. It was a nice chill 5 hours. Thank you guys for hanging out. I enjoyed the deep talks and the company for the speedruns. So we didn't get record today, but we did move up from 3rd to 2nd on the Moe's True Guardian takedown board, and improved the overall time on Iron Bear. Iron Bear's best run before was 1834 by Lazy. It is now my 1818. Until D decides to actually acknowledge Self-God's existence, fed up with false hope for 2 years alone, fixing his bug, they invalidated the reason to play him by giving away his best ability, and just found out they skipped his augment. Well, I don't know what any of that means, but I'm sorry that happened. Anyone live? Here we can go. Oh, Lazy's on BL3. Mission rewards only challenge run. Sends live. Control's playing some Diablo. Oh, let's go to Lazy. He doesn't do BL3 super often. Okay, you guys know the deal by now. If you got my emotes, feel free to copy the raid message. If not, tell Lazy happy birthday or that he smells, or both. Whichever. Stream plan for tomorrow, I don't know. Tomorrow is going to be either more of this, or maybe I start the Metroid thing. So I'll have to actually get the game. Waiting on some stuff and things. I've also got other stuff planned for throughout the month, and I might take a couple days off at some point for health and things. But either way, I appreciate you. Thanks for all the support. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope you retain your ability to speak, unlike me. Drink water, wipe your ass. Bye.